Hi, everyone. I'm Victor Huang. I'm from the Sedimentation and the River Hydraulics group in the Technical Service Center of Bureau of Reclamation. And if you see sedimentation and the river hydraulics, that's called SRH. And we do have SRH 1D and SRH 2D numerical models there developed in our group. I would say every reservoir has a lifespan. So as a hydraulic engineering, we can choose to do nothing, or we can choose to do something. And as everyone is here, we try to do something. So this is the only slides that I generated from AI, and it tells some stories. And I did verify the accuracy of this one. So it says the reclamation manages 448 reservoirs with a capacity of approximately 245 million acre-feet. So there is only 95 reservoirs have survey date. And there is another paper estimate between 0.5 and 0.1% of storage capacity lost. And also this one is roughly globally, and our group, another engineering, Melissa, has some new updates. Oh. The typical trap coefficient is over 95%. If you do these calculations, I did it this morning, like if you wanted to dredge it according to like $10 cubic yard, you will spend roughly like 20 billions to draft only the reclamation reservoir annually. So this is one of the dredging facilities in Colorado River. That's the last river in Imperial Dam there. So on the top left is the dredging boats and the huge pipes crossing the dam. And there is a booster pump. So the booster pump is pumped the dredge that flows downstream about a couple miles. So the booster pump costs about like $2 every cubic feet to just pump it to downstream. So in the middle is the sluice coming from the dredging pump. And the right bottom is the huge piles of fine sand. No. So in a couple of years, maybe we are lost at the place to put those sand. So I will start with the fundamental of the sediment balance. If you have natural rivers, you have sediment comes in, you have sediment comes out, it's almost equilibrium. But if you put dams there, you reduce the flow velocity there. So that's why the sediment is built up. It's originally built up at the delta. That's called the delta. That's the entrance of the sediment, entrance of the reservoir. So eventually, the delta will moving downstream and upstream. So that's look like this. So eventually, above the delta, your river is just your reservoir is just looks like a river. It's running like a natural river. So this is the downstream. We saw the sediment erosions. The upstream, we saw a lot of sediment depositions there. So all because the velocity is so low in the reservoir. I lost some picture. So there's some methods to reduce the drawdown fractions. I missed some of this one. One is called the tubularity current. You use the tubularity current, transform the flows. The tubularity current will like moving down the slope until it's past the reservoirs. And that's not these pictures. And then there is pressure fracking. In the pressure fracking, you don't draw down the reservoir, but you only like flash a cone of the sediment just near the upstream, the reservoir, near the dam. So you have a limited space, about 100 meters, maybe 1,000 meters, 100 from the dam. You can have the sediment dredge cones. So that's pressure fracking. So then there is drawdown fracking. So you reduce the flows in the reservoir, return the reservoir into a river form. So the flow momentum will carry the flows through the sediment, erode the sediment delta there. So hopefully you have like more sediments coming in, like more sediment come out than what you comes in. So hopefully you have two ways. One is through the sediment. One is called flash the sediment. So that's a reservoir drawdown flash. So this is the Paonia Reservoir. So this one on the left side, that's the picture, the water intake built in before the reservoir is filled in 1961. So on the right, in 2010, suddenly there is no flow is going downstream. So when you draw down the reservoir, you find out the intake is filled with sediment there. So on the figure there shows initially is 21,000 acre-feet reservoir capacity. So in 50 years, 60 years, so you lost about 25% of the capacities. If you look at this map, so that's tell you where the locations of the Paonia Reservoir. It's in West Colorado, and it's located in Mud Creek. The basin is about 250 square miles. So this one tells you some basic ideas, the Paonia Reservoir. So this one is the current condition. This picture was taken in 2020. So right now, the upstream is on the top. This shows the delta where the sediment built up. And this is another picture, try to dredge the water intakes. So the water intake, you remember the big tower, that's the water intake. So that's the current condition. We try to dredge it so you can release the flows there. So the project goal is, one is forecast the sediment sluicing management. So if we can use the drawdown flash to remove the sediment in the reservoir. And we did the model calibrations. We have the sediment data, concentration data from 2013 to 2015. And we do some short-term simulations, and we do some long-term simulations. So I will give you some basic model inputs. So if you look at this picture, that's the sediment concentration, the rating curve we call. So on the down, there are 3 lines. The low line is not important. Why? Because the concentration is not high. So this happens just after the peak, after the spring flows. And the top one, that's the most important part. That's the spring flows. The high concentration and the high flow there. And the left one, that one is also, I would say, not that important. You have high concentrations, but you don't have high flows there. So the sediment load is also low there. So the most important one is the top one, top right one. That's the spring flow. So what I tell you is majority of the sediment in the Paonia Reservoir is from the spring flows. That's why we try to use the sediment fresh, the drawdown fresh, to fresh the sediment. So the SH1D model that's developed in our group by Blair Graham and myself. So this one is updated to simulate the reservoir operations. Each reservoir has its own operations. We try to be more general as possible. For example, you have like each day, you have minimum flow, you have maximum flows, and you have the reservoir, the forecast, how many flows coming in before the irrigation seasons. So you need to fill the reservoir before it's too late. So there are all those kind of operation laws. Of course, there is like how much you can release at each stage from your gate and from your spillway. Spillway is uncontrolled. Your gate is controlled. So this is the calibration result. We try to calibrate the results as close as possible to the high concentration. So this is the short-term simulation results for the inflow and the simulated outflow. So the low flow output, the red one in the middle, this section is the reservoir fill period. So before this one, all the incoming flows is the same outcoming flows. So which means all the flows was used to flush out the sediment. So that's the encouraging short-term simulation result. And of course, after calibrate with the field data. So this predict 1 season of the flows. The incoming is about 230,000 times. The outflow is about 180. So remember, the natural reservoir is about 95% trapping coefficient. So this one reduced the trapping coefficient tremendously. And the bottom one is how much sediment deposited in the reservoir. You can see clearly in the spring, when most of the sediment comes in, that's the period you use to flush out the sediment. So this one is a long-term simulation about like how much the reservoir can be filled if it's 90% non-exceeding forecast that comes in. So each spring you have a flow rate, so it tells you, okay, I have 16,000, that's the reservoir capacity. So until that one, we deduct what's incoming already and what's remained. We need to keep the reservoir full before the spring, before the summer irrigation times. That's the end of June. So we use this one to predict when you can close the gate. So between this one, 90% non-existent forecast, you have 1 or 2 in 20 years. Maybe you have the risk, don't fill the reservoir. So this one is 50% non-existence. So it's about, I would say, 8 years. You have the possibility you can not fill the reservoir. So most of the time we use the 90%. So this is the comparison for the long-term simulations. So you have the spring fresh, if you have no actions, and that's the red one. So it tells you how much you can fresh out the sediment. And if you roughly calculate the Paonia Reservoir, every year is about 100 acre-feet comes in. That's equivalent to, if you want to dredge it, it's about $1.5 million. So this one is use 50% and 90%. You can reduce traffic coefficient to 19% or to 33%. So 33% is more conservative estimate. So compared to 95%, that's a big improvement. And that's all those one is 1D, SH 1D results. And we also play some numbers. We check, use SH 2D to calculate. So if you remember the reservoir types, and that's older paper from our group lists the 4 type of reservoirs. Basically, it's type 1, it's a lake, it's pretty big, like Turtle Creek. Type 4 is like gorge, it's very narrow, like Paonia. So actually, Paonia is listed as number 3. It's a hill type. If you compare that one, the black one is Paonia. So that's because the reservoir is already filled there. If you consider the initial type, it's about type 3. So we use this one to create some digital reservoir types. So of course, your type is limited, so we only control the bottom part similar to type 1, 2, 3, 4. So to create some digital types, and this is how we created those reservoirs, and this is one of the cross-section near the dam, so to show the reservoir type. Typically, if it's a type 1, it's more fat, more wide at the bottom. If it's a type 4 reservoir, it's more narrow. It's a gorge type reservoir at the bottom. So we run the SH2D models to get the pore elevations. It's similar because the reservoir capacity is similar. Then we run some sediment concentrations downstream, and we calculate the reservoir release capacities. The idea is between type 1 and the type 4, it's about between 15% and 34% the trapping coefficient. So this one, we also run some like flashing end data. So if you see, if you take a long time to perform the drawdown flashes, so you have have more water, more power to flash out those sediments. So this one is give you one of the inflow, outflow, and the water surface elevation. So that's one of the simulations. And this one is give you the sediment release rate. So of course, if you have a long time to flash out the sediment, then you have more success. So the take-home message, I talk about all those figures, and the take-home message is reservoir drawdown flash is a useful tool to extend the lifespans of reservoir. And there are numerical models to guard the reservoir drawdown flash. Of course, if you perform the reservoir drawdown flash, there are some challenges, and it might be possible for bigger reservoirs, and like people talk about Miller Reservoir, Miller Lake, and Turtle Creek. They're so big facilities, and you cannot offer the risk to don't fill the reservoir in 1 year in the season. For the summer season, then it might be not possible. But for small reservoirs like a Paonia Reservoir, annual flow rate is, I would guess, it's like 2 or 3 times of your reservoir size. And also this one, the Paonia Reservoir, you can see most of the sediment is coming from the spring. So that's a big opportunity. You can use it to perform the reservoir drawdown flash. Thanks. I can take some questions. Hi. That's a good question. They implement a couple of years, and there are some challenges. And the biggest challenge is there's like debris, fear of the intake, the one you saw that one. So when you perform the drawdown flash, there are debris accumulated there, and Craig Morrison, he is a reservoir specialist that cooperated with us, and he said that I will take a visit there, Paonia Reservoir. So he come here, last summer, I think. He said, I will visit the Paonia Reservoir, talk to them, put some method to block the debris. So this one should be a more efficient way to manage the reservoir. That's a good question. But we do in 1930, 1950, 1960, they do perform the reservoir drawdown flash. And as a technical service center, we are project-based, and we advocate for the method, and we try to do our best, but all those managers, area managers, they control the final decisions. So, but we do ask them to test it if there are any questions, Greg and us, Greg and I think a bunch of 10 or 20 engineers went there this summer. Last summer, I'm sorry.
Are there any other mitigation strategies that we incorporate in
Actually, we also do the Yonglei in another engineer in our group, cooperate with Army Corps of Engineering in the Cherry Creek Reservoir. That's a reservoir just by my home in Denver. So they are performing the pressure drawdown flash, pressure flashing. So as I said, the pressure flashing is only limited to the local. You can flash, you have flashing cone there. Like you can calculate how much of the zone you can flash it. So because of the nature of the pressure flashing, it's the velocity between the top and the bottom is different. So you try to calculate the local velocity near the water intake. So that's required a three-dimensional model. So Huang also use a three-dimensional model to perform the pressure flash drawdown simulations. And actually, Huang and I have a paper do the literature review about pressure flashing, drawdown flashing, all the numerical models used, and also the turbulent current. So that paper was published. If you're interested, I can point it to you. And what else? So, yeah, there's some like case studies also about what we do for the 1D, what we do for the 3D, and the 2D model also we used. So we have a set of tools to simulate that one. Yeah.
When is the next Paonia flush?
I have no idea. I don't think it's scheduled. Yeah, but we are trying to cooperate with them, and especially last year they are asking for us to simulate the dredging. They try to dredge it, and they try to put the sediment, return the sediment to the downstream. So that's I got the news. They are not they chose the other way to perform the dredging. So that's why I contacted with some people to find out more optimistic ways if we can perform the drawdown flashing. So the result is there. So we would like them to continue to use the drawdown flash. Thanks.
full-time with the National Guard since 2001, with active duty tours, including, among for combat deployments and other assignments, spending 2 months supporting the community.
So thank you for the introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to come here this morning, or as we're getting close to noon. I know I'm the last thing between us and lunch, so I will do what I can to move on. A couple things, I guess, before we start. Again, part of MSAC, the Missouri Sedimentation Action Coalition, we deal with the upper Missouri River, which is essentially from Sioux City up. That's the area that we look at for the sedimentation. We're a 501c3 nonprofit, so our purpose and our intent and our goals are for education and to help bring together different aspects of the sediment problem. Currently, at least for the last several years, we've been working with the Corps of Engineers, focusing mostly on Lewis and Clark Lake and working towards a sediment management plan, which is perhaps one of the most, if not the most complex sediment area that we have, certainly in the United States, given all of the different factors that go into that particular stretch of river. Again, as he said, I grew up on it. I live about 6-7 blocks away now in Springfield. I have a nice boat. It's been on the water once just because of other events. And I tell you that the downfall of that is right now we're in a low water year, and so both the fisheries in South Dakota and Nebraska have said about how good the walleye fishing is in low water years, and according to Facebook, it's doing pretty good. And I'm not a part of it at this point in time. That being said, as I kind of go through these couple examples, not having the boat on the water very often is also kind of a detriment, because you got to know what you're doing out there anymore because of the sediment. So I'm very impressed by the folks that do get out there and do it. So hopefully I'll have a little more time this year. As far as averages and numbers we talk about, I'd kind of like to throw this out to you now, and we'll come back to it at the end. A lot of times we talk about average years or an average year of runoff and sedimentation, these kinds of things. So, if we take the numbers 4 and 6, that averages out to 5. 1 and 9 also averages out to 5. On the upper Missouri River this year, it's probably trending closer to a 1. There was low snowpack, 60-70% of normal. Not a whole lot of moisture this year. I mowed my lawn 3 times this entire year when I should have probably been mowing it 3 times in June. So you can see that kind of input makes changes on an annual basis on how you can look and address some of these things. So kind of think about that as we go through, and I know being at this point, this is the bad part about going at this point in time, because there's been so much that went out this morning, so I'll probably trample over myself here a little bit with some things and some great things that were said this morning. So we'll give it a go. So first off, Missouri River particularly, but I think this is true throughout the nation, these dams are really a system of systems. They were developed through legislation back in 1944. There's a lot of history that gets said, particularly about Gavin's Point Dam and locations, and it should have been in this place and not that place. Of course, we're in 2026. It exists where it is. It's not moving, so we deal with it now. But you think back to 1944, and there's a lot of the things that were said this morning on dams that have been built in the United States, what was going on in the country at the time. Grand ideas coming out of World War II or during World War II. Went from production of aircraft that was almost nothing to thousands of years. So big ideas, big plans that could be put into place very quickly. There was a lot of math, a lot of engineering going on a lot of these, but also not necessarily a whole lot of look ahead into the future, or at least understanding of some of the things. Of particular, you'll see in this picture on the lower right-hand side is Gavin's Point Dam. This was taken from an aircraft in 2021. The reservoir at that point in time is frozen over, so it helps to give a little bit of an idea of where things are at. As you stretch up, about underneath where it says dynamic systems is the front leading delta, downstream delta of the Missouri River now. Springfield, where I'm from, is just slightly upstream from that. My hometown in 1957, when this dam was completed and started operation, was the very top end of Lewis and Clark Lake. So we had the very last access to it as a lake or reservoir. You go a little bit further up on what would be the left-hand side there, you'll hit the Niobrara River, and then you take about another 30 miles up the Niobrara River and you would get to the Spencer, Nebraska Dam. That was built in 1927, so leading ahead of that a little bit, but then reconstructed in 1940. By 1950, that one had a sedimentation problem that had been identified, so the problem was there, and the solution at that time was to start sluicing ultimately twice a year. So this was already identified as to one of the leading factors coming into this. Again, back to the system of systems. Gavins Point and Fort Randall, they work in tandem. Gavins Point, of course, regulates going downstream and supporting the shipping. So if one thing affects one, it's going to affect the other, if not the much larger system. So when we start looking at the past on that, things were pretty stable until probably the mid-1980s. So I really started getting onto the river about 1992, 93. But things were pretty stable coming out of the Niobrara River. There was definitely some sedimentation, some things going on. You're losing a little bit every year. The river changes almost every year, somewhat in the spring. But after 85, 86, we started to have larger events, and there are two very significant ones that have changed, we believe really have changed the history and where we're going with this particular area, and something maybe to look at a number of other ones. So this stretch of the river supports a number of things, obviously, like any portion does. Irrigation, of course the power generation, all those areas, as well as drinking water. So one of the things that comes up is, what's the impact on these if something happens? As a mayor of a small town, we are just, and I knock on wood because in April, we took substantial completion of a new water plant that included 2 new surface water intakes into the Missouri River. So that pump house replaced one that was flooded during the Spencer dam event that I'm going to touch on. And the 2 new water intakes are not about from me to the wall. I'd like to last 60 or 70 years and have some future mayor have to deal with it. I'm afraid that if not me, probably a successor here down the road is going to have to deal with the water intakes and getting water into the community because of sedimentation on the river that it's making its way down. That's about $1.1 million that it cost last year to put that in. So that's probably the first real economic piece that I had a little bit of an eye-opener on. But again, these systems, they are dynamic, as you all know. Things change, and things can change very rapidly. And with all of the various systems and items that are going in, now on top of that, of course, we have the aquatic invasive species in this area, particularly the Phragmites, and as we're finding zebra mussels. And when you start having zebra mussels, interestingly enough, even in something as large as the Missouri River, it has an effect. Depending upon your perspective, it's positive or negative. For some, we're starting to see that there's some negative effect, obviously, because they're invasive and they're coming in. Unfortunately, and being a fisherman, they're starting to clean up some water, which is also helping the fisheries. So it's probably crossing itself out. And when you have good fisheries, economics help out, and you got folks coming into town, tourism. It becomes a little tougher to educate on the importance of dealing with these things. So where I'm really going to focus on here is the confluence. The confluence is defined as the joining of 2 flowing bodies of water. So what you see on the screen, the 2 pictures, is where the Missouri River and the Niobrara River meet. The top left picture from April of 1999 shows clearly some sediment coming in, but it's a very passable Missouri River area. Just where it has Niobrara River, there's a train bridge there. Growing up, we used to take the boat up to there. We could walk in Niobrara, get ice cream. Worked out pretty cool because there was no bridge. So for me to get to Niobrara, which today is 13 miles, was about a 70-mile drive. The Chief Standing Bear Bridge opened in 1998, which is just off of that, off of those pictures just downstream. What you see on the other picture is March 2025, a significantly different confluence area. What happened between the two? We had the floods of 2011, and then we had the Spencer Dam failure in 2019. Until then, the April 99 picture was generally about what it looked like, probably at least back into the 80s or 70s. It was relatively, static is not the right word, but it was a relatively consistent system. Once that changed with these two events, then you see where the changes are there in the confluence. Now, instead of having one leading delta 15 miles downstream, there are now 3 deltas that are causing problems downstream, upstream, as well as up the Niobrara River. So this graphic is from an update from the South Dakota Geological Survey in 2023, just to identify where does the sediment coming from that's going into Lewis and Clark Lake. Previous to this, there's a lot coming out of the tributaries. It wasn't measured all that well, or it had been quite some time since they'd done it. You can see in the red were estimates from 2012. When they revised this in 2023, they revised it up. So now Niobrara River is about 50 to 55%, probably trends a little bit higher than that for the sediment coming into Lewis and Clark Lake. That is nearly 100% pure, almost usable sand, of course, coming out of the sand hills. The Niobrara River is a aquifer-fed river, so it is always flowing. It doesn't really have a stop to it. So even in the winter, it's bringing that in to some extent. And then the other 20 or 25% is actually coming down from upstream, either passing through Fort Randall or getting picked up on the way down. What that does now is that puts that bullseye on that confluence area. That's about 80 to 85% of all the sediment, all the particulate is now meeting in that area. So as it's getting plugged, it's dropping off there and changing the dynamic on how this goes. That also includes changing the dynamics then of other tributaries that feed in. The Ponca River is just above this, or Ponca Creek. Bazille Creek on the Niobrara side is just below us, as well as Emmanuel Creek on the South Dakota side. But as has been pointed out a number of times here, last couple of days, knowing where that sediment comes from and what it is an important part of addressing it and learning what you can do with it. So, event number 1, the flood. Spring of 2011, record snowpacks feeding the Missouri River all the way up the system, up into Montana. You throw rainfall on top of it at record levels, which not only adds to the watershed, but of course melts the snow in a little bit quicker period. And by the time we get to Memorial Day, there's just a whole bunch of water coming into the system. Gavin's Point Dam ramps up to flow through of 160,000 gallons per feet per second, the most it's ever had, and could probably handle, and you can see that in the right picture there. Water levels that are multiple feet above anything that's been done before. In the pictures there, the one on the left, that's Dakota Dunes itself, and then the one in the middle I took from the overlook at the Chief Standing Bear Bridge, looking at the confluence after things went down as we got into the fall. And you can see all the bare sand that's out. That was all deposited during that period of time. What other things happen during massive floods or massive events like that, particularly on a large body of water like this? Okay, that was before Phragmites, so there were still cattails, cattail reeds. Cattail reeds float. When water comes up, they all floated to the shore. They plugged up bays and rivers and caused a whole nother set of dynamics to happen. as you have that water, of course, flowing over existing sandbars and existing areas on the river, and there still were a lot of islands that went back to the original pre-dam days. As the water went over it, it was dropping off that sediment load into the slack water, so raising those up could very easily go out afterwards and find sandbars that are now 3 and 4 and 5 foot above what the normal water line had been. And then the areas within the river itself where it meanders had changed and had started to take on new areas that, because of the amount of sand and the way it's packed in, will no longer erode and change over winter. So they're becoming very static there. Normally the downstream delta, which is in the previous picture you could see there, adds about 400 feet a year. Now right now that downstream has reached to the widest point in the Missouri River at that area. So it's about 2 miles wide. Of course, when we go up to where the bridge is between Springfield and Niobrara, that's one of the narrower areas. So once you hit that 2 mile wide, when you're talking about 400 feet a year, that's a pretty significant amount, obviously, that's being dropped off. Single event, the flood, 2011, it was estimated that about 4,000 feet was added to that delta. So multiple years, along with all the other changes that happened, that took out a significant part of the delta in the reservoir. The next catastrophic failure, as I call it, as we look at it, happened on March 14, 2019. That's the Spencer, Nebraska dam that finally failed completely and released the water and the sediment there. It was estimated about 11-foot wall of water went down the Niobrara River, which had about a 25 to 30 mile reach to get to the Missouri River. That in turn kept a good chunk of that wall, a water wall, for about another 20 to 30 miles. That's where it finally made it to Springfield, which is another 10 miles downstream from that confluence. Very, very cold winter, very, very thick ice. I'll show you a picture of that, which just adds to the destruction. Catastrophic failure in the event that this was both a natural as well as a man-made event. The moisture that caused the breach and the failure of the dam happened hundreds of miles away from where the actual destruction was, because that was much further upstream in the Niobrara River Valley. But the dam was, of course, man-made. It had known to have issues. In fact, by the time that the flood or the dam failure happened, Nebraska had already decided to close down the dam and to decommission it. They just hadn't got to that point yet. The sluicing was identified as a source of trying to maintain the dam and some power generation, which is good. The problem is it probably went on for decades without really relooking at and coming back and see, is this working and where are we going with this? When you add in the cold weather and the thick ice, then you add to the catastrophic portion of the destruction. So ultimately, when it failed, you can see damage was well downstream, and economically you can measure certain things at the moment. I know how much a set of water intakes now cost for a small town to put in the Missouri River. However, the economic impact for that, of course, is all the water that we produce for the citizens, that we resale value, all those kinds of things that go into it. So the two pictures that you see there, the one on the left, that's going into the Springfield Marina. You can see where the sign was bent over. There's a fairly large chunk of ice there. The one on the right, I happen to be in, I was in Europe at the time, but I happened to be back in the States at the end of March, so I was able to come up, take a look at it. That's my size 11.5 foot there on that chunk of ice that was there, and that was throughout the river valley. So you take water, frozen water, you just add that much more destructive power to something like that, and you have a massive issue. So what happens when all of this gets said and done? You go back to the confluence, that picture I took this past Sunday. You can see where that sandbar that was there back in 2011 now, of course, is greened over. Those are phragmites. They're not nice reeds and all that kind of stuff, so you have invasive species growing on it. That is very, very skinny water. So I'm to the point where it's very tough to transit that. And this is a challenge when you look back to my youth. 1984 was the last year of the running water to Niobrara ferry boat. It went right through there. So that was where one of the last ferry boats on the Missouri River went. It was it was deep enough to run it, but as it was getting silted in, it had to end. There's obviously no possible way you could do that anymore. So that's 25 years, 25, 30 years of change. Really two massive events. If you look at this, though, it's really the same basic problem. We do our man-made structures, which change the flow of the river and change how the sediment moves through it. Okay, these are very well understood, and we know that portion of it. This particular area, Lewis and Clark Lake in the upper reaches, very flat area on the Missouri River, and then on top of that it widens out, so you have all of these other compounding issues. Trying to deal with it, and you call it a problem or an issue, however we want to address it, has so many more different aspects that come into it. So now, working with this, we've accelerated to the point where Gavin's Point Dam, we're starting to look at significant loss of power generation and use by the mid-2070s. So 100 years from when I was born, and my father was around when the dam closed. So within about 2 generations, we're going to lose a significant part of what was a fairly large reservoir if nothing changes. The Corps of Engineers normally works on a 50-year planning horizon, so now we're getting to that 50 years, really start pushing. What are you going to do? Are you going to leave the dam? Are you going to close it? We're going to try to continue to keep it. We certainly would like to keep the water, keep some of it, recognizing that we're not going to go to zero sediment. I mean, that's not going to happen. There's no single way of addressing this either. It's going to take multiple approaches, and it's going to continue on. The day will come, as he said, reservoirs have a lifespan. You look at all the different variables, and the variables have changed in the last 20 years and will continue to change. The environmental variables that are out there, not the least of which is this is a very complex area when it comes to federal and state agencies. You've got the Corps of Engineers, you've got the National Park Service in here as part of the Missouri National Recreation River, 2 states and their agencies. Makes for a very interesting group of folks to try to get synced up to do something. Not that everybody doesn't recognize it, it's just a tough group to work with. You have the economic problems with it. As we're becoming a little bit more of a recreational culture, we're starting to see a lot more recreation tourism coming in. The state of Nebraska is putting in about $40 million right now on a new marina in Huang, Nebraska, which is across from Jianchun. It's going to be 400 slips. That's a significant economic investment to put in to a lake that you're only going to get maybe a good 30 or 40 years out of, and we're talking larger boats too. So as the water gets skinnier, you can't do those. Why would you invest that kind of money and then just step back and say, okay, we'll just let it go? Because that also is driving private investment along the Nebraska stretch of Lewis and Clark Lake as well to do that. You have the available resources, and what can you use for that? And those things change from year to year. And then, of course, ultimately you have both the individual, the local, and the political will of being able to look at and say, okay, this is an issue or this is something that we need to address, but can we get over that? Can we get over that piece? So when we go into the 3 deltas, of course, are backing up. It's going to continue to move down and continue to cause issues. So a few years ago, MSAC joined with the U.S. Corps of Engineers to do a Section 22 study, with the end result being a sediment management plan for the Lewis and Clark Reservoir and the reaches. Things went splendidly, even during the COVID periods. The phase 2 portion of that, which was completed about 2 years ago, was the research heavy piece. Some of you may have been involved or seen some of the results. Came up with 4 options, and as it's been discussed here. So you have dredging, which would be expensive, dumb, but where do you do it, and how do you be effective at it, because you can't do the whole thing. Sluicing, essentially nature's doing that for us, so we'd prefer to keep what we have, and sluicing probably is not a very good option given the terrain of where we're at and how it would work here. Watershed management, always a very loaded, very tough conversation to have, particularly when you're talking with farmers and ranchers. We're trying to maximize the value of their land to get in where obviously some of the sediment is coming from those. Short-term game versus the long-term goal of maintaining the reservoir. But there are other pieces in watershed management as well, to include things like the invasive species that are coming in and how are those affecting it. And then Niobrara River sediment collection. So here's a very bright spot. Even though this plan isn't approved, 2 years ago the Corps actually fully funded for some pocket change, but brought in a bedload collector system, which is a very dumb piece of equipment that goes in the water, and it collects the sand, and you can pull some sand out to do it. It works splendidly well on the Niobrara River that is so full of sand, and it has relatively clean water and relatively clean sand. So it's a demo. It's not gonna take out everything that's coming down, but as you start to see this, and we can start getting that out to some of the farmers and ranchers and businesses there that say you can do this pretty cheaply and get this out. It's essentially a fancy version of an irrigation pump if you have one of those, where you could just add it on and maybe have a little pocket business on the side. We're not looking at big numbers, but if you start getting a small percentage out, you start to potentially make a dent in supporting it. So that worked it worked so well that within about 48 hours the collector was plugged, because it worked so well pulling the sediment out to do that. And then in addition to that, the Guardian of the Reservoir competition that was done at University of Colorado came up with a couple of autonomous dredge systems, which MSAC kind of took a look at and is really interested in the desediment, their autonomous one. Although this NESI is kind of interesting concept as well for a different area, but to potentially get it in. Of course, what do you do with all the stuff? Therein lies the entire problem. You can do everything you want, but there's so much physical matter in there that you can pump it on shore, and we can have Mount Everest in Nebraska if we wanted to. So you got to start looking at things to do. And so that's really where the focus has started to change now, is to find those beneficial uses. They exist on the coasts and some of these other areas, but what can you do with the stuff that's there that we would need to move out? So one of the potentials there is to do some types of a Guardians event and get something for beneficial use for this particular area to come out. Continuing on, without the sediment management plan, of course, it's fairly simple to throw something at it or try to get a little funding and get told no, or to get a little research. The really goal is to get the sediment management plan on paper, get it signed. It can be very, very broad, very somewhat generic, because it's a living, breathing document. But once it's in, then you're able to move forward at least with some degree of coherence. And that's something that can and we believe would help all of the other reservoirs up and down the area and throughout the nation. So going into the final piece, before questions, this is a huge environment to navigate. Environmental, social, political, economic, fiscal. Those are probably the real challenge at working at some of these items, because it's just so many different entities, so many different stakeholders, so many different folks to deal with. Coming down here to Tuttle Creek last year, hugely impressed with the group, because all of those stakeholders, a good portion of them are involved in the project, and so when you have that, you can move forward and you can get some things done. when you're dealing with multiple federal agencies, multiple states, multiple civilian agencies, landowners, all kinds of folks, tribal entities, because this particular area has two tribes, one with a reservation, and then the Ponca, which doesn't have a reservation, but it's the native homeland, so they have a serious stake in the area and the geography and the history. So makes it quite challenging. Makes for a very interesting group of folks that I get to meet and visit with from time to time. So with that, that concludes mine. I'm about ready. You guys are ready for lunch, so you got to. If anybody has any questions, or I will be around by all means. Again, I thoroughly thank everybody for their patience and for the presentations this morning. I go quick. Yes, sir. Sure. The bed load collector is essentially an airplane wing. It's a very dumb system. It has an airplane wing shape. It has grates across the top, and then it has a pump system that goes on shore. As you set it into the flow of the water, as the water comes over, it creates that eddy on top, and the sandy water drops in. It pulls some of that sand out, or the sediment, wherever in the Niobrara case, it's all sand. And then that's just pumped on shore through dewatering stations. And the end result is just the sediment. And in their case, that was two different very pure sands. One is they call it the sugar sand. It actually went through some of the geotubes they had. It was that fine, and then just a regular normal sand. That over the course of about 3 or 4 days had a dump truck load just that quick. So it's very dumb. It's very simple. It just takes a little electricity. But then, of course, some maintenance on the backside. So, and they make them anywhere from a 4-foot to about a 40-foot wide collector to get placed in to do that. So, very cheap to do that. Anyway, sorry. One of the challenges that we had, we were looking for folks to take that sand out of that first one and what we could do with it. Because of the invasive species, you get stuck, right? Because of the zebra mussels, Norfolk, Nebraska was working on a project to do a nice little beachfront in some downtown revitalization area. The problem is the watershed, the stream they wanted to do that on, so far is clean from zebra mussels. So the only way to get that sand down there, if they wanted to use it, was you're either going to accept it and you're probably going to contaminate that area, or if it sits over the winter and goes through a number of freeze-thaw cycles in the air and dries out, then it would be okay to put down. So even here, we almost kind of find an area to help somebody out, and then you can't do it because of another issue. So, sir. So I guess first I'll ask you for a second one. From the Niobrara River confluence to the dam is about 30 miles on the river, 25 to 30 miles. And I'm sorry, I kissed the other question. The Niobrara. That's sure. Then that's been looked at as one of the ways. Can you get it by there? And there are a couple of papers that have been put out to pump it, essentially dredge it out, or somehow get it into a pipeline, get it around Gavin's Point Dam, and then re-enter the system below the dam. Very expensive. Terrain is very limited to try to get pipelines through there. Just not feasible at this point to try to move it from there. As it changes, as the delta keeps pushing forward, more folks keep keep going back to it and say, well, as the delta keeps moving, we've shortened our pipeline, but it still is a very expensive, very tough endeavor, so. Okay, thank you again, and again, sediment management plans are crucial tools for mitigating, and so hopefully take that away, and again, thank you for your time, and thank you for sticking with me.
Not often happens, but yeah, this time it's great. I appreciate the opportunity to present our studies that we've conducted over the last 10 to 15 years on soil erosion, BMP effectiveness, and computer modeling. So even though my name is on the first slide, it's actually a product of many other people that I worked with over the last 10, 15 years or so, including students, my colleagues in the department, as well as outside of the state. As we all know, soil erosion and sedimentation is a global issue. It's not unique or specific to Kansas. However, in Midwest, it's definitely exacerbated due to significant agricultural production. And Kansas is one of those states that's heavily in brown area, especially on the eastern side of the state. If we look at the National Resources Inventory by the USDA, that it's estimated over the last 20 plus years a steady soil erosion by water at about 2.67 or 2.5 tons per acre. And that value has not changed significantly since, again, the 90s, even though a lot of management and mitigation efforts were implemented during that time. In addition to that, also we can see that wind erosion also is a significant issue in the state, which is on par to soil erosion by water. Kansas is the second state estimated, according to that inventory, in the United States for the production of sediment from the upstream sources. Again, so the values are a little bit outdated. They're based on the empirical models that USDA is running called Russell. And some of the management practices in that model are used from the 80s and 90s. So with all the efforts, I would assume that in reality we have a little bit lower production of sediment estimations. Again, so those values are not accounted for non-sheet and rill erosion. So it's only erosion that's generated from the land in the upstream areas or uphill areas of the hill slope. So there is no gullies, there is no ephemeral channels, and there is no stream bank erosion included in those estimates. So if we are in a perfect natural stream condition, then when we look at any particular location along the stream, that we should see an equilibrium. So sediment in is equal to what's coming out from that location. However, once we disrupt that particular stream by implementing some man-made structures, then that equilibrium is broken. So we are moving into a different equilibrium where the incoming sediment amounts not fully transported downstream, but actually get settled within that specific structure. So sediment accumulation causes in the substructure over time loss in storage capacity. It reduces flood protection, loss in storage, navigation, recreation, as well as some other environmental effects and benefits. However, so when we built those dams and created reservoirs, we anticipated that to happen. So it's not an unexpected consequence of that. So even in the Reservoir Sedimentation Handbook, it says the structures are designed and operated to continuously trap sediment. So the issues that we are having are actually planned and anticipated. So how can we control or how can we deal with those issues? And we heard about 4 R's, and that's basically a summary of those 4 R's in a different context. So we can control sediment deposition by maybe routing sediment beyond the storage pool. We can remove deposited sediment on the reservoir by dredging or doing some other activities. Or we can try to reduce, maybe not completely eliminate, but reduce sediment inflow from areas upstream of the reservoir. So, and that's the last part of it is what I'm going to talk about today. So if you look at the upstream sediment sources, they're usually divided into several components or several parts. When rainfall drops or droplets of rain hit the surface, so they create splash erosion. That energy of the rainfall drops basically dislodges soil particles that they become available to move with water downslope. So that moves into a reel and into the sheet erosion, and then reel and interreel erosion further downslope, where basically water follows the hill slopes and picks up energy and becomes more and more damaging to the land. So when it travels downslope, it converges into depressional areas and creates concentrated flow channels. So those becomes ephemeral gullies that can be removed by tillage or by some other ways of doing it. But eventually, if they're not treated, downslope, they're progressing into classical gullies. And those gullies are bigger channels that cannot be removed by simple tillage. And in that case, some specific mitigation efforts need to be applied. So when water and sediment moves into the streams, then we can deal with stream bank and stream bed type of erosion. So in my talk today, I am not focusing on gully or channelized flows or stream banks. So I strictly focusing on reel, sheet, reel, and interreel erosion. And we'll discuss efforts that we've done using computer models of estimating amount of sediments that's moved with water downslope. So again, kind of like to repeat what I just said, so there are 2 distinct processes that usually defined in modeling of sediment transport. First, it's amount of soil detachment by the energy of moving water in the system, and the transport capacity or availability of water to transport sediment further downslope. So these 2 particular forces are in conflict with each other. So soil detachment and transport capacity of stream becomes a driving force basically for modeling efforts. If we draw a gradient, let's say a line from the uphill to downhill point on the landscape, then we can kind of like set up areas where we have depositional sediment and where we have areas of soil erosion. So usually more slope, more erosion, lower slope, or especially if you go into low slope area from the high slope area or steep areas, then you have more depositional parts of the landscape. In the erodible part of the landscape, sediment transport capacity always exceeds sediment load. So there is additional, the hungry water, that's what we talk about when dam is built and then 90% of sediment is trapped. So we have hungry water basically moving downstream of the dam, and that creates additional issues because in that case erosion is elevated and magnified since there is a lot of more room and water basically for sediment to be picked up. So when we go into the depositional area, so transport capacity is lower than the sediment load, so that extra sediment need to be settled. So and always we have this kind of like areas where soil eroded and where sediment is deposited on the landscape. Different factors, why is it happening? So if you have a simple uniform slope without any changes in the gradient, so in that case, most likely all sediment that's been detached gets deposited all the way down to the stream. If we have some more complex landscapes, then we have different areas of deposition and erosion. In addition to that, if we have man-made alterations to the landscape, then we have this increased opportunity for sediment to settle within the channel or within this hill slope. So those are more complex cases that's kind of like described in a couple more images on this slide. So this brings me to the outline of my presentation where I'm sorry, I'm just hitting this button. It's kind of like integrated into the main key and so on. So anyhow, my outline, so in my presentation, I will talk about several models. And so those models have unique purpose. So they have different physical underlinings, and also they have different scale where they can be applied. So I will start with like backwards. I start with large scale modeling with the empirical model. Then I move into the watershed or catchment scale modeling with more process-based model, and then end up with a hill slope scale modeling with a physically based model. So once we go through all of these modeling efforts, so we look into how we can regionalize some of the applications of our smaller scale analysis for the state of Kansas or regionally in Midwest. Okay, so the first model that I wanted to show, and many of you know it already, it's called the USLE, Universal Soil Loss Equation Model. It's basically a product of 5 factors related to the main driving forces for soil erosion on the landscape, such as runoff, soil erodibility or soil properties, then topographic properties of the landscape, which are slope length and slope steepness. And then we go into more land cover and land use, which is C and P factors. So once we know the values of those factors, we can multiply them and calculate the soil loss. That's the underlying principle of the soil loss equation. So it's simple in its nature. However, each factor may have a complex equation associated with it, but at the end, it's a relatively simple formula that's widespread on many models and many applications, including NRCS's way of estimating soil erodibility on producers' fields. So USLA was originally designed in 1965, and then had a couple more iterations of updates and so on. The latest is called Russell 2. Then they split it into more raster-based rather than the field-based model, and so on. But it's still in use heavily by NRCS. So the beauty of that model in its simplicity. And with the tools that we have now, we can utilize remote sensing data sets to calculate those soil losses almost in no time. So like we open Google Maps and we zoom in and we can see the landscape. The same way with this specific engine, which called Google Earth Engine, we can basically automate the process of collecting those specific factors. So at the end, what we can get is basically a map of each individual factor or map of the soil loss. Yes, it may not be empirical, so it may not be extremely accurate, but that's split into individual kind of categories of low soil erosion, medium soil erosion, high soil erosion areas is extremely visible and can be used in management strategies, in planning, and so on. So the map is produced, let's say, at a 30-meter grid cell. So even within an individual field, you have some variability of soil erosion. It may not be exactly accurate when we zoom into a specific field. However, in general, it will produce us long-term estimates of soil erodibility, of soil erosion and sediment production on that particular field. So advantages of this method, again, oops, shoot. It's simple. It's empirical in nature. At the same time, it has certain parameters that describe the system. And it's easily integrated with geospatial and web-based tools and can be used for management decision making. So however, there are certain limitations in it. Of course, it doesn't transport sediment from one point to another point. It's empirical in nature, which is, again, simplification of it. And it has specific spatial and temporal constraint. You cannot use this model for today, for tomorrow, on daily estimate. It's a long-term estimate of specific conditions on the land related to soil erosion. And of course, it excludes majority of the processes, physical processes that may impact this output. So the second model that we use, and we used heavily this model for all these 319 projects, 9 element plans and so on, it's called SWAT, Soil and Water Assessment Tool, that a little bit more physically grounded. It also splits the region or area or watershed into specific field units. Each of them has unique properties of soil, land use, topography, and so on. But it also allows you to route the flow. So flow from the upper areas can be semi-routed to the downslope areas and into the stream and so on. It also allows us to do simulations on the daily time steps. So we can estimate moving forward basically how much soil erosion could be produced for specific rainfall events. So however, it's still not fully physically based and it has some certain limitation from how the landscape is described or implemented in this model. But we are again going through all the steps of building the model, going from the collection of data sets, including remote sensing data sets, then putting it all into the GIS model, working with this GIS software, and so on. But then once we are able to generate daily outputs, let's say, or monthly outputs, so we do need to calibrate the model. So that step becomes extremely important, otherwise model is not realistic. But after all of these 3 main steps are done, then we can go into analysis of the results and estimating erodibility of the soil. So one example I'm showing here related to the Little Ark watershed that we just finished. Basically, it's a watershed upstream of the city of Wichita. And this particular study related to the offsite BMP program, where urban implementation of BMPs were replaced or offset by BMPs in the rural areas, and so on. So we did a comprehensive model development and model calibrations at several locations within the watershed. And at the end, we did produce a map of, at the field scale, of potential sediment rates or soil erosion or sedimentation rates. So once the model is built with actual conditions, so now we can run multiple scenarios, look at the BMPs and how much sediment can be saved and so on. So one particular example or exercise that we had with this particular model is that we wanted to find most producing fields that make sense to us to implement BMP on, that give us about 200 tons of savings of sediment per year. So those graphs that's presented here that look at the conventional tillage, and we planted corn for this scenario everywhere. And we look to other BMP-related scenarios where we have no till implemented on all the fields and no till with cover crop on, again, all the fields. So we can see that overall, so we had significant reduction in sediment based on this artificial, relatively experimental scenarios. However, the one bigger output that we were able to extract is basically analyzing sediment production at the field scale in the whole watershed. So not all fields are made equal. So some of them produce more, some of them produce less. And of course, we wanted to implement the practices where sediment is heavily skewed in the production rather than other fields where it's not. However, it's not always possible, and one of the studies that we did in the past is that human factor and social interaction create more issues to implementing BMP than this exercise or experiments that we do on the computer. But overall, so we were able to apply cluster analysis, identify patches of fields and specific subbasins where sediment is heavily produced. So that spatial targeting reduce BMP implementation or reduce the area, but increase basically our savings from the sediment standpoint. So at the end, we were able to find specific areas and specific fields that can be targeted for the BMP implementation. Again, it's a hydrologically consistent model, spatially distributed, relatively flexible in the setup, and can be built these days with GIS tools, relatively inexpensive. So however, still there is no in-field routing within the area. Calibration takes a lot of time and effort. And again, ephemeral and gully erosion is not simulated. So that brings me to the last model that I wanted to show. And it's again, it's a USDA-based model. It's called Water Erosion Prediction Projects. It's not a new model. It's been under development since the 90s. However, the good thing about the model is that it looks at the physically based processes of sediment detachment as well as transport of sediment. So one limitation of the model is that you need to create a hill slope area and identify the most preferential flow path. So it's not a two-dimensional model. It's not a single lumped area model. It's a flow path model. So if we, hold on a second. I'm moving in the wrong direction. Am I? Okay, I'm not done yet. Can you help me? Yeah. Go back to the web model. I don't know. Oh, there is a button at the. Okay, I'm. Yeah. Okay. So one example that we worked on recently is again related to that Little Ark watershed up north of the city of Wichita, specifically in the Running Turkey watershed. It's a HAC 12 area that had average slope of about 1% or so, and majority of soils on type C and D, but it's heavily agricultural production area. So since the model, it's a small scale, kind of like a field scale or even subfield scale model, then you need to generate an area, that hill slope area for the output for the model to be generated. So what we did basically, we took that 20,000 acre area and using specific GIS tools with a lot of elements according to it. So we created 6,000 small channels or small preferential pathways in the area that has these unique and strict conditions that correspond to the sheet and reel erosion processes. So we try to eliminate processes related to channelized flows as well as those little tiny areas where erosion may not be present at all. So this is an overview and kind of like representative one section of the land with, I don't know, more than 100 individual smaller sub-web areas developed for it. So for each of the sub-areas, so we identified the flow paths, we had slope calculated and embedded or included in the model. So we added soil type, and we also looked at multiple years of land cover from National Agricultural Statistics Service to create those dominant crop rotations. So all of those individual steps were done and put into all these 6,000 individual models, and at the end, we generated a collection of the outputs from this model related to different, again, years where corn or soybean or sorghum or winter wheat were growing. So for each of that collection, we also split those 6,000 models into conventional till, no-till, and no-till and cover crop. So at the end, we saw the differences and we saw the changes in the distribution of the sediment or soil erosion in that particular watershed, which gave us, again, the basis to do additional analysis related to finding the specific places where soil erosion is more heavily present on the landscape. And we can see how blue distribution represents the baseline, which is the conventional tillage, and when we move into more BMPs, we shift it into the lower values of the sediment output. So one particular effort that we are doing right now is basically we're trying to use this subset of outputs to expand or extend it to the whole Kansas. So realistically, we cannot model, if you model 6,000 for one HAC-12, and we have 700 of them, of HAC-12s on the eastern part of Kansas, so it's realistically difficult and time-consuming to model all of them. So we're trying to use machine learning approaches to basically generate these models based on selected HAC-12s and expand it to the whole Kansas area. So again, physically based approaches are good, although they're really time-consuming and computing intensive. However, we are able within the channel and within the specific hill slope to identify areas of soil erosion and soil deposition and sediment deposition. So kind of like disadvantages of that model that it can be easily applied to one HAC-12, but on the regional scale it's difficult. And if you want to build upon the model, so nutrient and some other processes are not included as of now in this specific version of the model, although all of it in the development. So what I wanted to move next, kind of like we have those three individual models that can work really nicely on different scales, but how do we use it to provide realistically accurate or relatively accurate outputs as a regional scale? So one effort that we are conducting right now is collaborating with Iowa State University and developing this kind of like a daily outputs of soil erosion calculated on average at HAC-12 scale. So this is an example that's done for Iowa, but it's the same. Similar animation can be done for Kansas as well. So if you look at Kansas right now, so we have 744 HAC-12s included in this model, which covers about 31,000 square mile area, and almost all the eastern part of the states, and including part of north central area as well. And if you see the map where this product is called Daily Erosion Project, is covering the estimates. It's again almost all Minnesota, Iowa, and Nebraska, and we are moving into Kansas with a new project, not a new, but with a recent project with Kansas Water Office. So within each HAC-12, instead of modeling all 6,000 that we did in our small test study, so we're using up to 100 to 150 representative hill slope using stratified random sample selection approach of all of that. Significant effort also was put into developing these daily estimates of land use condition, of plant growth stages, and so on. So even rainfall is collected automatically as a 15-minute time step and then expanded for daily calculations within each hill slope. So right now, the model produces estimates at 6 a.m. for the previous day. And you can keep looking at those on the website, looking at the long-term assessment of soil erosion or short-term indication of soil erosion rate. So again, the model uses kind of like a multiple set of remote sensing input data set as well as inputted physically based conditions and plant growth conditions in the area. So for Kansas, that's what we have right now. So that area in the middle, that's where we're moving in, and then we'll be next moving south central portion of the state. So western part of the state may be covered once the wind erosion component of the same model will be added into the model. So one example for, again, the same Turkey Creek watershed. So we can see that monthly averages of precipitation, surface runoff, soil losses, and sediment delivery are presented in those graphs, and you can download that from the website, as well as you can download daily values. And I just, for illustrative purposes, generated kind of like a map, a sediment rating curve map, relating sediment output versus at the daily for daily runoff events versus daily runoff values, and we can see that it's a nice power function as it's supposed to be based on all knowledge. As a sibling project that we also involved in is we're developing a dashboard, again, at the HAC 12 scale right now, where basically you can go and you can immediately look at different impact of different tillage practices, as well as the next stage will be impact of different BMPs and plant types. That's mapped within HAC 12 scale output. So overall, this is kind of conclusions to my talk is that reservoirs are critical structures, and we build them with purpose. However, they fill with sediments, so integrative approach to management of water and sediment is extremely important for long-term sustainability of the reservoirs. So, and different scales provide different level of assessments, and we need to be careful which model to use to evaluate those practices. So at the end, daily erosion project that we are coordinating with Iowa State University can provide an assessment of soil erosion at the regional scale, and hoping that outputs that will be produced will be beneficial for future management and practical usages in the state. So with this, thank you very much. I again acknowledge my collaborators in the department, outside of the departments, outside of the state, and so on, even outside of the country, for this work. And with this, I will take any questions. Let's say the last model, web model, it's physically based, so it uses detailed soil properties, soil erodibility properties. So we do take values from Sergo, but it's not a direct input. That's a raw input into the model. So then within the model, those values are updated based on the cover, based on the management practices, based on the runoff conditions. So it's Sergo, but it's updated, and that's developers of the web model. They have more details on how it is done, but basically, it's a little bit step ahead, step forward, step up, let's say, from the survey. That's excellent question. That's basically what takes the most time to build the model is to properly calibrate it. Because we're building it with default values that's provided by the model, but then we need to adjust those. And this is a big black box kind of like approach. So we use multi-step calibration for different models. So let's say SWOT model is the one that's used heavily for soil erosion assessment, hydrological modeling, and so on. So you can do two types of calibration and validation. One of them could be at the stream level, another one is available at the field level. So stream level is USGS or KGHE provided some water quality-based assessment or some sampling data and so on. Since the model produces data outputs and we took actual precipitation and climate data, then the output should reflect what we measured in the stream. So what we do is we basically look at the point where the USGS station, let's say, is located, and we take output from the model and compare day to day with what USGS measures. So at the end, we tweak the model in a certain way to make sure that our conditions or our output. So that's at the stream level. So when we go into hydrological, like stream flow calibration, field, then go sediment calibration, total sediment, TSF. And then we go into the nutrient calibration because each of them depends on the previous calibration attempt. So if you look at the field-based calibration, this is a little bit tricky because you don't have any data unless you put your own distance sampler or something like this at the edge of the field. Even in that case, it's could be questionable. So what we do kind of like a vegetation-based calibration. So model has a plant growth included in it. So what we use these days NDVI and some estimates of the production of vegetation biomass. So we use model output for the same area and compare it with the remote sensing output that we can collect as well. So that's kind of like the best way we can do at this point for that watershed scale analysis. Yes and no. So yeah, we can. So for this simulation, we had two types of cover crop. So one of them was winter wheat. So we used winter wheat as a cover crop, but we killed it basically in May and not let it grow all the way until it harvested. So it wasn't harvested; it was killed. So and then there was another one that was like included mix of or whatever the model had as an optional for us. We are doing another study right now more on the western Kansas with a different model where we have a really specific types of cover crops implemented in the model. And we are conversing, honestly. So cover crop, you may not have all the plant-based parameters within the model identified for really unique combinations of those crops and species and so on. So we're trying to find, looking at the plant databases and different studies to basically match the growing stages and other conditions.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thanks, John. Glad to be here. When John asked if I would give a presentation for this event, I thought immediately, he said, include a bunch of pictures, a bunch of photos. Folks like to see photos. And I thought immediately of the America's Grassland Conference I presented something similar to last year in Kearney. And at that time, at a grassland conference, I was pretty certain there would be no other dam talks. So I made the claim that this is going to be the best dam talk you hear all day. However, I've seen the agenda and the caliber of the speakers, so this is just another damn talk. Like, I don't compete, so. I'm going to cover, so really I'm covering low-tech process-based, oh, there it goes again. Low-tech process-based restoration and beaver dam analogs and post-assisted log structures. So I'll cover what they are, the background on the BDAs and PALs, Conservation Innovation Grant that just wrapped up, and then some lessons learned, and really moving on, where do we go from here? So, so I think when I Google stream restoration in Nebraska and Kansas, you know, immediately what pops up is big yellow equipment working in the streams. You know, traditional restoration, generally speaking, tends to emphasize channel form and stability rather than promoting the processes that create and maintain healthy riverscapes. And this leads to, you know, increased cost and limited funds and the ability or the inability to treat additional miles of riverscapes. If you look there on the picture on the left, that's the Delaware River. I heard that mentioned yesterday. There's some weirs on this property is kind of a mess. In my opinion, the weirs have been cut around, the W ditching that has happened to drain the water off the field, and then some of the promotion of cover crops for water infiltration. And to me, sometimes you get kind of stuck in this conundrum of wanting to do good, best management practices, but yet we're also tending to use other practices, and it just creates this mess. This term, low-tech process-based restoration, I think was coined generally by Dr. Joe Wheaton from Utah State University and Anna Branch Solutions, along with others. He co-authored the book, or the manual, Low-Tech Process-Based Restoration for Riverscapes, and I'll reference that. And Dr. Wheaton was here about 3 years ago presenting a workshop on behalf of our Conservation Innovation Grant and helped lead that effort. But LTPBR, what is it? They're simple, cost-effective, hand-built structures using natural materials to help jumpstart a stream's healing processes by mimicking the natural form and function of beaver dams and log jams. But it's nothing new, really. That sediment control, the fabric, it's very similar to and useful and effective in the development and stormwater management, but it's also very similar to one of our BDAs that we constructed in northeast Nebraska up on the very right. So this comes from Dr. Wheaton's Riverscape Manual, where he focuses on the wood accumulations, post-assisted log structures, and BDAs. So if you look on the upper left in the river form, or the river channel, I believe he calls that a stage 3, where you come in and you construct the BDAs. You eventually get in cutting around the edges of the BDAs. You come back in and you reconstruct them, this time after hopefully some bed aggradation. They in cut again, you rebuild, and eventually you're going to get to stage 0. So I was glad to see Colin's presentation yesterday and mentioning BDAs and PALs. So immediately everyone knows what stages we're looking at. So the types of PALs, there's several types. The bank-attached PALs, where you're anchoring it to one bank or the other, depending on what your goal is for that particular spot in the stream. Mid-channel PALs, and then channel-spanning PALs. So PALs compared to BDAs, PALs would be looser constructed. They would be, the logs or the posts would be put in at an angle to pin the structures or the material to the riverbank. On this one, this was again in another site in Nebraska. It was anchored into the bank and then used at an angle to help hold the, in this case, cedar trees down so they didn't float up in a high water event. So they're denser, they're more porous, not denser. And then the different types of beaver dam analogs that we were using or are using. There's 2 types: the post line or the wicker weave, and that's where you come in a linear line and put a series of posts in the ground, and then you take long branches and you weave those back and forth, step on them, you push them down, and you do that repetitively. So it's very linear. And then the other one is the postless, or I call it lasagna, where you put the branches in parallel to the bank, or to the channel. We start with one bottom log, and I'll get to some pictures at the end that'll show this, perpendicular, and then we build our branches, or build the layers off of that. And we'll sandwich it like lasagna, where it's limbs and trees pointing downstream, and then sediment, more limbs, more sediment, limbs. And then we'll put posts in sometimes after. There's the examples of our wicker weave, and then one of the postless. I don't recall if that postless, where that picture came from, if that was one of the Nebraska sites. I wasn't on all of the SIG sites. But the wicker weaves definitely take quite a bit of time, and they're more delicate. To me, they don't look like a beaver dam, and the function of them, to me, I still have some reservations in the Great Plains, which I'll get to. Let's see here. So the Conservation Innovation Grant was started in 2022. We were awarded the USDA, and that was in conjunction with Kansas Alliance for Wetlands and Streams and Juniper Environmental, the 3-year study. So we looked at the water quality, depth of water table, stream bed aggradation, riparian and pasture vegetation, hence the America's Grassland Conference, wildlife habitat, and then the Great Plains Beaver Restoration Assessment Tool, which that did not get completed because Anabranch Solutions extended their BRAT tool to cover the Midwest. All done by volunteers. We did 2 sites in Nebraska and Kansas. Here's the Kansas sites. South Central was the Barbie Ranch, and you can see it was a rather large river system. Our goals were 16 to 25 structures per mile per site. And immediately after these were constructed in 2023, I think that site saw its 4th wettest period in history at 19 inches between April and May. Given that the sand, we did not reconstruct on that site, called that one a loss, and then moved on to the Brazon Wildlife Area, first order stream in north central Kansas, owned and managed by KDWP. However, it saw some of its driest periods. Let's see here, 28% reduction, and then of course they hit the drought in 23 and 24, and maybe this year they're finally out of it. But they didn't have a lot of water run through that site. We had a hard time getting the posts even in the ground. This was on the picture on the left, is one of the, it's a really simple POW. And then KDWP management, they did some major cedar tree removal and constructed a pond. So we didn't have a lot of faith in a lot of data coming from this side as well. So that left us to 2 Nebraska sites, both in Northeast, but different sites. The Clover Cove, a large, again, second order. You notice the stream orders don't go by. I don't utilize the stream orders depending on which method you use. Large drainage. This one is one that we spent most of our time on, and then the one in the Raven Camp in Northeast, really sediment. The Clover Cove was heavy, heavy sand. So Nebraska Game and Parks were out doing some pre-sampling prior to the build days. We used a lot of cedar trees because that's what we had on site. We did this very sandy area, not a lot of trees, so we had to trailer them in, made it for a long process. And almost immediately, those the BDAs and the POWs disappeared. This is that Clover Cove site. In the fall of 22, this was on a POW. You can see the red circle identifying the same marker point. But even after the ice storm, which removed the majority of the structures that we painstakingly put in, you can see some remnants there, and you can even see on the picture on the right some of the channel movement that's still present. Raven Camp, again, this one was primarily constructed with Nebraska Game and Parks on site. I don't have a lot to add on these. I was not on site, but they were very successful to the point that the landowner, even yet this year, has gone back and installed additional sites And I'll touch base on some of this here in a bit, but they are seeing some aggradation. Just pictures pre-build, post-build, to show the immediate water level rise. But the USDA grant has been extended, so the lead on the project was Juniper Environmental. The final report was due, I believe, about a year ago this time. They had an extension until the fall, and we are still waiting on the final report. They've had some company changes and had to acquire additional support to finish the report. So stay tuned. We will sure share some of the data when that comes out. But we did have some key takeaways on this. The sediment type made a huge difference. Like I said, at the sand on Clover Cove made it almost impossible to keep structures in place. Sorry, trying to get to where I'm. And then the weather had a lot to do with it. Using sand and cold water in the fall, it makes it almost impossible to try and pack the base of a BDA as you construct them. No one wanted to get their gloves wet. There should have been ice on that water on that particular day. And then this kind of the opposite we had at Brazon. We didn't have any water, so we couldn't get the soil or the sediment to stay in place when we were trying to pack it. So just a little bit of sediment would have been helpful. And then when they did have a rainfall event, the posts were so shallow at Brazon that they popped out of the ground. They didn't break off. And some of them, if you can see from my boot print in the middle picture here, it was about 6 inches of penetration to get a post in the ground before we would shatter. We just could not get them into the ground. We even cut these 2 1/4 by 2 1/4 cedar posts in half, and just to try to spear point them and make them easier to go into the ground, and that helped. But then we would see those snap off as well. Those wouldn't pop, but the bigger ones, we just couldn't physically get them into the ground. Back up on Nebraska, on Clover Cove, working in the sand, we went to extremely long posts. These were on the right, were 9-foot posts. Didn't make a difference. They popped right out of the ground in the sand. And then on the picture on the left, these are hackberry poles, 12-footers that they buried in, and those disappeared that first summer. So we could not get the post to stay in the sand. And then at Raven Camp, we learned that the cattle in leaf fall helped plug the structures, whether there's a hoof action from the cattle looking for additional water sources, which then leads me to some of my contemplation of how do we use these structures if cattle are targeting or seeking them out. You know, as RAPS, a sponsor, we tend to try to get cattle out of the streams, whether fencing it or alternative watering sources. So if we're attracting the cattle to these streams, is that a good thing or not? I think there's something that needs to be figured out. But they're definitely seasonal, and that's what the Raven camps would see with the leaves coming off and the cattle being put in. And maintenance. Maintenance is required. You definitely cannot put these in and walk away. I think that's the number one question I get from partners that have never heard of BDAs or wanting to learn more about them is, well, how long can we expect and what's the lifespan? I believe USDA shows them as a 1-year lifespan. Some of these didn't make it months. And again, these were the hand-built structures. But just like I think anything else, you plant a field of native warm season grasses, you have to go out there and do maintenance and management on that field to maintain that. So I think as long as we have that understanding that these need attention, and again, it's just like on the graph or on the pictures under Dr. Wheaton's manual, these are expected to fail as long as you can get some of the responses that you're looking for to come back in and reconstruct them. So, moving on to Kansas. So after we finished the Conservation Innovation Grant, we realized rounding up 40 volunteers to go out and hand build structures was not sustainable or scalable. So we said we have to have some contractors in this mix. We have to have some contractors trained to better understand and help promote these LTPBR processes. And that was an interesting adventure as well, meeting on site. But this is a site in southeast Kansas, Greenwood County. There's 4 sites on here. I want to say one other thing that I took away from our Nebraska and Kansas sites was, in order to have some type of longevity, I didn't want these washing away in a matter of the first rainstorm that we got. We thought we needed to be working in the very, very small drainages and or the streams that were protected by another dam. So site 1 on this map is below a large watershed structure. So it's metered by a 24-inch outflow pipe. So unless we were to get a 6 to 8 inch rainfall event in 24 hours, which happens, it would be somewhat protected, and we can get a little bit of longevity out of this site. So we brought a contractor in. He had a team of 5 running chainsaws, and our main interest was utilizing the big yellow, medium-sized yellow equipment. So we're trying to reach a happy medium. So it had a skid steer, and on this picture, if you look at the very, there's a cedar tree at the very back end of this draw, and this was the stream, and this was a stream that you could take 3 steps and get across and get your ankles wet. Let me show. Here's that same cedar tree you can see in both photos. So this was one of the dams, the structures that the contractor came in and built like the lasagna, where we started with a perpendicular log to the bank, and then started layering the trees, both the deciduous and the cedars, and then building that up. After the structure was completed, they would come in with 4 to 5 inch hackberry posts, spear point them, and use the bucket of the skid steer to push those through. And it just kind of made me sick to my stomach watching how easy that skid steer did that, and the head scratching we had when we were trying to get those little bitty posts in the ground on some of the other sites. It was almost unfair, and you spend more time standing around on a shovel watching him work. But it definitely gave me pause, because, Richard, can you play that video on the right? Because no one wants to see big yellow equipment running around in streams, especially dumping soil into the streams.
So this about kind
But
of
this is after the 3rd layer, and he is packing that. Oh, that video must not have put the full length video in. Packing the sediment, and then after this, they walk up. This is
so this about kind of what
again with hackberry poles, and drive those into the cedar branches. Oops. That is the picture on the left. So again, this has a drainage of about 40 acres, very small drainage. So where the skid steer is sitting on that dam on the bottom left corner, that's where that skid steer was sitting. So that's freshly, about 2 weeks after it was constructed. So it hadn't had that rainfall event pour over it yet. I want to go back here on this photo in the bottom. This one had a 1 inch rainfall, I can't remember, a week after it was constructed. So to me, when you will see this picture, and I've showed it to others, it looks like a beaver dam. It doesn't look like the wicker weave, very flimsy looking structures. But this is, to me, what I would think of as a beaver dam. And you see some in-cutting immediately. So I want to move on then to Prairie Band, Potawatomi Nation. This was another site that we wanted to have contractors on. This is northeast Kansas, north of Topeka, and we had 6 sites identified. Prairie Band was eager to do something with anything that involved beavers, so it really caught their attention. And this first site up here, I only show one site. The next series of photos are really all the same location. But site 2 on the big map, and the circle is where we hosted the field day on the construction day. And that's something that we've noticed too, is when you start talking about BDAs and everybody wants to get out and play in a creek, grab a shovel. So it's easy to get folks excited for these. But we had quite the turnout on a rainy day. This was on a very small, I think this was actually probably a drainage ditch back in the day. Or I'm sorry, not a drainage ditch, but has been straightened back in the day. But this was the big log on the right that they used, probably bigger than I would have utilized. But again, when you're at the contractor's mercy, you're kind of letting them go, but you can't be there all the time. But I definitely think there's more training opportunities needed with contractors. Anyway, so that's the log that was used. And then I got in and started, I don't have great photos, laying the branches on top of that log, pointing them downstream, and then layering sediment, doing the lasagna style, and then driving the posts in with the loader bucket. And this was about a month and a half post-construction. You can see it had been topped, and we've had some severe multiple-inch rains at Prairie Band since that was constructed, and it's still holding up. To me, maybe they should have used more woody material. It was almost too much. Again, if you're going back to contractor training and what's the easier way out for a payday versus building them correctly, that's where I think we're going to struggle a little bit. But I think we can get there. And just like any other practice within USDA, I think you'll have to do practice checkouts. And then some final thoughts. More research is definitely needed on BDAs, especially in the Midwest with our flashy systems. And this was what I had put together for the Grasslands Conference. But I think we need to consider the strategic prioritization of the smaller drainages in combination with the larger streams. I think this is a great tool that can be used in conjunction with many other practices that we've learned. But anyway, that's all I had. And I guess with that, if there are any damn questions. Yeah, Chris.
So what's the smallest drainage you've looked at? You said 40 acres.
We had a 26-acre drainage, and there were some that looked like probably ditches cutting through a former waterway that had grown up into 40-foot tall cottonwoods. That, again, when left to the contractor to decide, when you draw them a circle on a map, they go to the easiest places. So again, some of this was, we were under the time frame, under the gun of a private grant, and we had to get practices on the ground. So the last stuff I talked about here with Prairie Band Paonia Nation and Greenwood County, we're done more for we want to get these on the ground and see if we can work with a contractor. Not that we were necessarily trying to learn anything ourselves, other than can we educate contractors, and is this a viable method going forward? Yep. Yeah.
Is it your sense that other places, right, where Joe Eaton has worked and others, they're much more successful? Are these unique problems in Kansas and Nebraska?
As far as the
So like them failing so quickly and folks coming out.
I would assume, where we have the flashy rains, I assume the Pacific Northwest doesn't get 6-inch rainfalls overnight, and if they're dealing with a gradual snowmelt, and I think it's that initial pulse is what takes the structures out. I don't know, maybe Colin would have a better understanding or better answer to that. Yeah. So the contractor did on Prairie Band. There were 2 sites that were fairly open that they went ahead and put willow stakes on. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Was right. No, we did not. But we're also, I assume you're in a steeper terrain, quicker drop in elevation. So if we have a much slower gradient. Right. Correct. That's where we came up with the 17 to 25 per mile for the SIG study. Was based off of that 2-foot drop in the average elevation. He's not too, what? Did you really? Oh, interesting. It's not practical. You can't. Yeah. So the other thing that I was worried about, so when we were on the first one with the skid steer, on site, they had a equipment breakdown, so we ended up having to cancel that. But I laid in bed that night fearful of the cell phones and the videos of a skid steer running around in a stream that below that dam was very pristine. And seeing a skid steer running around dumping soil back into the stream could come out of context. And the contractor posted online some photos. And there was a question about permitting and how does that happen. So folks were starting to read a little bit into it. So that is something I'm fearful of.